goblets today. We have a fundraiser here at the museum every fall, and here we design a limited edition goblet, sell only at the fundraiser. We make 50 of them, and we'll make that design, and we'll never make that again.
That's cool. Very cool.
Have you guys been here before?
Yeah. That's Alexander's Adam's son.
Oh, cool.
He works here.
Adam?
Alexander.
Alexander. Alexander.
Alex.
Alex.
He works in security here.
Oh. So we're getting started. Can we put up the Supio drawing? So when we make a bunch of things that have the same color or the same pattern in them, instead of making that color or pattern over and over again, we start out by making a long tube, and then we cut it up into little sections, and we use each section to make the one of the objects. So if we were going to make 6 matching goblets, we'd make a big tube, cut it up, use each section to make part of the goblet. So that's what we're going to be doing today. So we'll start out by making that long tube.
Am I taking like half of that or all of that? Yeah, I'll just take all that, yeah. Okay. Shoot, it's gonna be, it's a big fucking tube, right? Pretty big tube. I mean, it's too small then, yeah. It's just, since you have to make a small starter boat to get it over the head, you know? What did she, what do you mean?
We just left her a voicemail, but now.
Oh, she made it do it.
So now on the left, Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, he's dipped his pipe into the big tank of molten glass. Sarah, also on the left, is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat Ben's bubble with the colored glass. We call this a color overlay. The glass that Ben is working is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So Ben, sitting at the bench on the left, is shaping up that bubble of clear glass. Sarah is heating up the colored glass. And we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. Sarah comes over and drops a big wad of color on Ben's bubble. Now he's going to push that backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. Hi, how are you guys? Most of the action is going to be on this bench here. What? Right here. sort of in this area here. You want to be, you want to see what's happening on this bench, but you want to be a little bit to the side. Yeah. No, no, go to her. So you want to be, you want to see that bench, you want to be able to, at a little angle, so you can see their hands. You don't want to be directly behind them, 'cause then you can't see what they're doing. Yeah, we're going to be making goblets. Fancy goblets. What? Well, that's what's going on over here. That's a little workshop to try glass blowing. So those are all people that never touched glass before. And some kids from the local high school glass program are walking them through how to make that. On this bench, these are professional glass blowers, and they're going to be making the fancy goblets. That was our artist. I learned at the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston. So in the center, we're going to make one of the goblet bowls. We put up goblet anatomy. So if you look up on the big screen, tell you what the different parts of a goblet are. The bowl is the part that you drink out of. So we're going to make a bunch of bowls first. We'll put them in the silver oven called the garage, keep them warm. Then we'll build a stem and a foot, and we'll put the bowl on top. Over on the far left, Ben Cobb is going to be making a long glass tube. We call it supio. And we're going to cut it up into small sections and use each section for making either the bowl or the foot of the goblet. Can we put up the supio drawing again? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. When we're going to make a bunch of things that are the same color or the same pattern, instead of making it over and over again, we make one long tube, cut it up, and we use each little section to make one of the parts. So that's where he's making the big long tube over there. He's already grabbed a little section. We call it a start. And he's making what's going to be the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Do you guys have any questions? So these guys that you see working here on the floor are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're a resin team of glass blowers. They're extremely talented and experienced. Each of them has at least 20 years of glass blowing experience. Over on the right, we have a little workshop for our visitors to try glass blowing. So there's young artists from the local high school glass blowing program who are walking our visitors who've never touched glass before through making a simple object. So these are two separate projects. They don't have, one doesn't have anything to do with the other. What? That's called the annealer. That's for cooling the glass down slowly after you're finished. Everything that we make has to cool slowly overnight. 925 degrees. White? I don't know what you're talking about. No, none of the glass is white. No, no. The glass is clear glass. It has no color, but it's so hot that it's glowing that yellow orange. As it cools, that orange glow disappear, and you'll see the true color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange disappears. That's what you're seeing with the glass. So everything, when it's really hot, is going to look orange, and as it cools, you'll see the natural color. So you can see Ben is letting that glass stretch. We're going to make that long tube, and we're going to cut that up into sections. In the center bench here, Gabe sitting down and Sarah standing up. They're making the bowl of the goblet. The round ovens, which we're heating up the glass in, those are called glory holes. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Each time we heat up the glass, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. When it starts to cool and stiffen, we go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So it's just a brick barrel with gas burners in the side. And we stick the glass in there for a minute or so. It gets hot and soft, and then we can shape it. Gabe's going to trim some of the thick glass off the top of that bubble. Gabe is the man sitting at the center workbench. It's closed on one end, on the putty, and then just going to open the top up to use your pen. It's the top of the goblet. So he sticks the jacks, those metal tongs, into the opening and spreads it out. So So we're almost finished with the bowl. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in this oven over here called the garage. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot that it make the glass soft. So as long as we put it in there, the glass stays warm. It holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Why is the building shaped like this? There's 3 reasons. Reason number 1, most importantly, is it looks really cool. Reason number 2, the building is designed to act like a giant chimney, so there's a base natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces, just like a chimney in your house. Basically, the whole building is a. The third reason is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw all those big cone-shaped metal buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. It's an eye catcher. So if you look on the big screen, you can see Ben has just cut off a little section. So we use each of those little sections. We use one of them to make the bowl of the goblet and one of them to make the foot. As we finish each of those little sections, we place them in the garage. They'll stay warm. We'll pick up one at a time. Oh, probably depends how fancy it is. There you go. So I'd say these things run about 30 minutes, beginning to end. But he's right. It's 37. It's 30 minutes and 27 years. Yeah, it's 30 minutes to do it and 27 years to learn how to do it. So Gabe in the middle has picked up one of our starts. He's heating it up, and we're going to make another goblet bowl. On the workbench on the far left, Ben is cutting up his big tube into little sections for the starts. Sure. No. Yes. An hour? So if we yeah. You guys have any questions? Oh, that's our by the furnace workshop where visitors get to try glass blowing. You do it by appointment. You sign up for it. Yeah. What? No, the museum's closed on Monday. what they're making. Let me go ask.
I think tomorrow, like Elizabeth is gonna get some people from the Museum of Glass, people up there and down here if you'd like to do it. I can ask and see, but I'm not really sure about today.
So they're making little concave double-walled bowls. We call them suck bowls because you suck the bubble in, and it kind of collapses and makes a little interior bowl shape. Could we put up some of the past goblets, our designs? So we're making a limited edition goblet that we make each year for our annual fundraiser. We design a decanter and a matching goblet. We make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. So each year, it's something completely different. Today, we're working on the goblets for our annual fundraiser, which will be in September. Sarah's coming over with a little dollop of molten glass. We call it a bit. Wind it on. Gabe will shape it a little bit. Sarah will come over with a second dollop of molten glass. And we'll make a part called the avolio. Here comes Sarah with the second dollop, the second bit. You wind that one on. We'll heat that up, and we'll make a little spindle shape, which goes underneath the bowl, which is called the avolio. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? We put up the goblet anatomy. So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see the bowl is the part you drink out of, and underneath it is this little spindle-shaped part. That's called the avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. Thank you. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah in the gray shirt and shorts. She has the punty. She brings it to Gabe. Gabe sticks it on. When he feels that bond is firm, he'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Oops. So we're going to start that again. Can we get a camera on the bowl that's in front of the bench? You can see the color. Yes. Furnace where we melted is all clear glass, so we throw clear back in there, but we can't put blue. Sometimes there is. This time, no. It depends how messed up it got.
Oh, because then it's like flatter or it shatters?
Whatever. It's got a crack in it. It's got a dent. Whatever.
How often do you usually drop them?
Not very often.
Oh, so this is special for us.
Yes, very
Yeah,
special.
yeah. So what color is that glass? Is that blue?
It's a blue. Yeah.
I can't tell what you're looking at.
No, we're working at every look. Hi. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good. You guys have any questions?
Nope, he works with glass, so we're good checking.
Cool. Glass blowing?
No. NSG Pilkington.
Say what?
NSG Pilkington.
So commercial glass.
Making flat glass?
Architectural and automotive glass.
Each year, we make a limited edition goblet to sell at our annual fundraiser. We'll make 50 of them, and we'll never make that design again. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? Let's see, give you an idea. So each year, we design a decanter and a matching goblet. We'll make 50 of the goblets. We'll make 35 of the decanters. And we'll never make those designs again. So Sarah, seated to the left, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through that big steel tube called the blowpipe and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So Sarah's blowing as Gabe is shaping it using the side of the jacks. The jacks is the name of the tool in his hand. Green is chromium. It's a metal called chromium. Well, we had to add it when we first cooked the glass up from scratch. So it's like making a chocolate cake. You get all the ingredients together and then you bake them. So instead of chocolate, we're using chromium. Different metals give you different colors. If you use a metal called cobalt, you get blue. If you use gold, you get a beautiful ruby red. Chromium is green, cobalt is blue, tin is white. Tin, Tin, like a tin can. There you go. Do you know about our contest for kids? Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 and younger, can do a drawing once a month. We pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. So there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the bubble for the bowl that Gabe has to a second steel rod called the punty that Sarah's making. The second steel rod will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah comes over with the punty. We attach it to the bottom. They feel that bond is strong enough. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now Gabe at the center is heating the glass up. The glass at the very top of the bubble is always a little bit thick. So we're going to take some tweezers, stretch it out a little bit, and trim some of it off. So here he goes with the tweezers. He's stretching the glass at the top of the bubble. A goblet? He's going to take the shears now and trim off some of that excess thick glass. We like to have a nice thin edge so it's pleasant to drink out of. Blow a little air into the front end to make the shape a little fuller. Inflate it slightly. So we're going to take the goblet bowl off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in the silver oven with the curved side called the garage. The garage will keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. We're going to make another bowl now. Usually we make several bowls, and then we make a stem and a foot, and we stick the bowl on top. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So just so you know what parts I'm talking about, the bowl is the part you drink out of. The stem is the part that holds up the bowl, and the foot is the part that sits on the table. So in the center, Gabe is making what we call a collar. He's putting a little ring of glass around the end of that blowpipe, and he's making sure that the hole at the end of the pipe is open so he can blow into it. So he's going to grab one of our starts from the garage. So we pre-made these little tubes, call them starts, and we're going to use it to make one of the goblet bowls. Does anybody have any questions? We're making goblets today. We make them in parts. We make the bowls, the part you drink out of. We place it in the garage. Then we'll make the stem and the foot, and we'll stick the bowl on top. So Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's blowing as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air. And we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So Sarah is blowing as Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So that round oven that Gabe is heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. There's no glass in it. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Each time we heat it up, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it cools and starts to get stiff, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Two separate things for it. On this side of the studio, we're making fancy goblets. On that side of the studio, we have a little workshop for visitors to try and craft. And those are big. Never going to get people over 90. So Sarah blows as Gabe shapes the glass using a tool called the jacks. To the left, Sarah's getting some molten glass out of the furnace. She brings it to Gabe in the center. He winds on a little dollop. We're going to repeat that process. Sarah's going to get some more glass. We'll wind on another little dollop of molten glass. And Gabe will form it into a little spindle shape called the avolio. Avolio. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, Punty. Ben, tall guy at the furnace, he's got the punty. He brings it to Gabe. Gabe will stick it on. And that will hold the bowl temporarily while we open up the opposite side. When they feel that's firm, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Now the bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. Anybody got any questions? Glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those ingredients into the furnace, cook it overnight at 2400 degrees. All those ingredients melt together and make glass. Now Gabe's going to stretch out the glass at the very top. He's going to take a pair of shears and trim off some of the thick glass at the top of the bowl. So this part that he's making is the bowl of the goblet. It's the part that you drink out of. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Look at it. You can't see what you're doing unless you look at it. There's two kinds of ovens. There's the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open. Those are 2300 degrees. The glass furnaces, where we keep the molten glass, they're 2100 degrees. Gabe is opening up the top of the goblet bowl. So we have a nice big hole where we can drink out of. The next thing we're going to do is take the bowl off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in this silver oven over here called the garage. The garage will keep it warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. we take the goblet bowl off the metal rod, and Sarah places it in the garage. The garage is where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra and stick it on. Now Gabe is making the stem of the goblet. We're going to stuff that little bubble into a ribbed mold called the optic mold. It's going to give the bubble a little bit of a rib texture. Now Sarah's coming over with another second bubble. And we're going to use that to make the foot of the goblet, the part that sits on the table. This is what we call a blown foot because we use a bubble to make it. We'll drop it onto the stem, cut it off in a big teardrop shape. We'll heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. We're just going to heat up that bubble, and we're going to spread it out, and that will make the foot of the goblet. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So the foot is the part that sits on the table. Thank you. Holding a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the foot nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Ben on the far left is preparing the punty. Ben's the tall guy. So we attach the punty to the bottom, and we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So the next thing we got to do is attach the bowl Sarah's warming up the bowl in the garage, the silver oven with the curved side. We made the bowl earlier this morning, and now we're going to stick it on. The assembly of the goblet will be very quick. Gabe will sit down at the workbench with the stem and the foot. And is heating up the top of the stem with a little torch. That'll make that top soft and sticky. Sarah comes over with the bowl. Give it a little rod a tap, and our goblet is assembled. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So we're going to take that off the metal rod, the finished goblet, and we'll place it in an electric oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on the joint between the goblet and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? Guys? About a half hour, I think. Gabe has picked up another one of our starts. Earlier this morning, can we put up the Supio drawing? Earlier this morning, we made a big long tube. We cut it up into small sections, and we're using each section to make one of the bowls of the goblet, the part you drink out of. So Gabe has just picked up one of those little sections, and we're going to make a goblet bowl out of that. Dusting off the glass, the oven is lined with soft brick, and so if there's any brick dust on the glass, we wipe it off before we get it really hot so it doesn't stick. So Gabe has picked up our start, a little tube. He's going to heat it up, and now we're going to make that into the goblet bowl, the part you drink out of. Ben, sitting to the left of the workbench, he's there. He's going to blow. He's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So we're making these goblets special for our annual fundraising dinner, the Red Hot Gala. That's in September. And each year we design a limited edition goblet. We make 50 of them, and then we'll never make that glass again. So Ben, seated to the left, is blowing as Gabe shapes the glass using a tool called the jacks. Make it bigger. Yep, like a balloon. That's why you blow into a balloon, to make it bigger. So we're going to add 2 little dabs of hot molten glass to the bottom of the bowl. And we're going to make a little spindle-shaped decoration called the avolio. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, underneath the bowl, there's a little spindle-shaped decoration, and that's called the avolio. Thank you. So the next part of this process is to transfer our bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt, has the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We'll attach it to the bottom of the bowl, and we'll break the bowl away from the original pipe. Does anybody have any questions? Sure. Right. Practice. No, you're just going to scoop up as much as you need. Yeah, exactly like that. Can we put up the honey dipper photo? Thank you. Oh, these are we made for our guest artist Mel Carter, who was our guest artist earlier in the week, and she's going to make an installation out of them. One's on the floor. We only recycle the clear waste. We can't recycle the colored waste. We only recycle the clear waste. We we can't recycle the colored waste. Nope, we don't make mobiles out of them. No, there's the little scraps on the floor are not cooled properly, and they can explode. Fundraising thing. Yeah, I mean they're going to be pretty. They're going to be very similar. No, they're going to be very similar. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? What? Made for our annual fundraising gala, the Red Hot Gala. So it's a limited edition goblet, and we'll sell it at our annual dinner. Gabe is squeezing the glass and making a little notch in it. That notch is a place you can break it away from the metal pipe. Ben, seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while Gabe's sitting at the bench shapes. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the jacks. Band seated to the left is blowing. Scratch a little circle on the bottom so we can see where the center is. We're going to add a little decorative piece called the avolio. Sarah's going to get a little molten glass out of the furnace. We'll bring it to Gabe. Gabe will wind it on. We'll do that twice, and then Gabe will form the avolio. So here's the first dip. Here she comes with the second. So now we're going to stick on a second steel rod called the punty. Attach it to the bottom, and that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the bowl of the goblet while we shape the top. Once that bond is firm, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, good. Do you know about our contest for kids? Do you know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 and younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. What? No, no, no. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And you just do the drawing and put it in the box. Once a month, we'll pick one. And if you win, we'll call you up. You bring the whole family down. We'll make it before your very eyes. We'll make 2 copies, one for the museum and one for you to keep. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? So if you look up at the big screen, you can see some examples of the winning pieces from the kids. So all these were made from the kids' drawings. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, good. Thanks. So we're making these special goblets for our annual fundraiser. He's checking the dimensions. As we finish each of these goblet bowls, we're going to take them off the metal rod. We're going to place them in that silver oven called the garage, where they'll stay warm until we're ready to assemble the goblet. So we knock it off the metal pole. Sarah carries it to the garage, where it'll be kept nice and toasty until we're ready to use it. Mari, how you doing? So we've transferred the foot and the stem to another rod called the punty. And that's going to hold the foot and the stem while we add the bowl. The bowl of the goblet is the part that you drink out of. We made the bowls earlier. They're in the garage. The garage is the silver oven with the curved side. Sarah's holding the bowl close to the fire to warm it up. She's going to bring it to Gabe, and he'll stick it on. Ben is going to heat up the tip of the top of the stem. That'll make the top of the stem soft and sticky. And when we pull the bowl out of the garage, we'll stick the two together. So that's a little propane and oxygen torch. He's heating up that surface, making it very hot and soft and sticky. Here comes the bowl. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Give the iron rod a little tap. And the goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up once or twice more. Make sure that everything's on there straight. We're going to take the big torch and we're going to expose it to what's called a reducing flame, which will bring out a little metallic sheen on the glass. The glass that we coated it with is called a reducing glass. And when you hit it with a reducing flame, it brings the metals in the glass to the surface and gives it a little metallic sheen. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly. So we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, and Kristen Elliott. Anybody got any questions? You guys have any questions? Yeah. No rest for the wicked. Oh, those are trimming stuff.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
So over on the far left, Sarah has put a little molten glass around the end of her pipe. We're going to use that to pick up our pre-made starts. Can we put up the Supio drawing. So earlier in the day, we made a big long tube. We cut it up into little sections, and we're going to use each section to make one of the goblet bowls. Whenever we want to make a bunch of things that are the same color or the same pattern, we make a big long tube with the color or the pattern in it. We cut it up into little sections, and we make one object with each section. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the molten glass in them. Those are 2100 degrees. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are 2300. So 2100 is as hot as the hottest volcano. So it's like having your own little private volcano. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's the glass furnace right straight ahead. That's what it looks like inside. So there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep that at 2100 degrees. Depends what you're making. The goblets are about a half hour. Well, there's a big pot. We heat up the tips of those pipes. And the glass in the big pot is like honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. We put up the honey dipper photo. So we just take the steel pipe, dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, all the glass blows up like a balloon. So it's just like blowing soap bubbles, except we use glass instead of soap.
What are the sticks made out of?
Steel. By the time the air gets to the opposite side of the pipe, it's not even warm. It's room temperature. If you look at the pipe, you'll see it's shiny up to a certain point, and then it starts to get dull. The part where it's dull is too hot to hold. The big furnace where we melt it is all clear. We can't throw blue and red.
So what do you do with the colored waste? Just
Toss it.
so how do you make it color?
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. A little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So it's not always the color that you would imagine. We buy our colored glass separately, and when we want to make a colored object, we blow a little bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, and we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. Can we play color overlay? We have a little video. We'll show you how we do that.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the next part of this process is to transfer the goblet bowl from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. We attach the punty to the bottom. When we feel that connection is firm, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Does anybody have any questions? So we're making goblets. We're making a special limited edition goblet for our annual fundraising dinner. We'll make 50 of them, and then we'll never make that design again. Each year, we do a different design. Can we put up some of the past year designs? So if you look up on the big screen, each year we design a decanter and matching goblet. Each year the design is different, and it's a limited edition, so we'll never make these designs again. So the goblets that we're making are our 2024 design. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So Gabe is widening the opening so you can drink out of it. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. He holds it against the inside of the opening and presses. The glass is hot and soft, and the opening gets larger. So the bowl of the goblet is finished. We're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in this oven over here called the garage. The garage will keep it warm until we're ready to use it. So we put it in the garage. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not so hot that it makes it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra. Do you guys have any questions? As my friend Gabe says, it's a half an hour plus 27 years. fresh out of the oven, it's 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. What? Like lava, yes. It's as hot as the hottest volcano.
Wow. That's why everyone's wearing shorts.
Yep. Well, it gets hot down there where
Yeah,
you're
well,
working.
it's warm right here. Yeah.
It only stays soft for a minute or two, depending on how thick it is. The thinner it is, the quicker it hardens.
So these pieces that we were seeing in here, then that takes a lot of does that take a lot of cooling and reheating and stuff to make the art for that?
Well, we've got all sorts of stuff out there. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Yeah, some of the larger pieces that are pretty elaborate.
Oh, what do you want to know about them?
So how do they do that then? Do you have to like
Same way
work
we're
on
doing
it
it
bit
now,
by
only
bit?
bigger.
Okay.
Process is the same, the tools are the same. Just use more glass.
Gotcha.
We can only reuse our clear waste. We can't, well, all the glass in the big furnace is clear, so we can't throw red and blue and purple in there.
And where are these goblets gonna go?
We're making them for our annual fundraiser.
Okay.
Each year we design a custom goblet and decanter, and we make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and then we sell them at our annual fundraiser, and then we'll never make that design again. Can we put up some of the old designs up on the big screen?
When is the fundraiser?
It's in September. It's like second, third week in September. So each year it's something completely different. You're welcome. So Ben is the man seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube that's called the blowpipe and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We're checking the dimensions, the proportions. We want to get the proportions all similar. Ben is blowing as Gabe shapes it. So this is going to be the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So the bowl is that part at the top that you drink out of. That's what he's making right now. Sarah's going to come over with a little dab of molten glass. We call that a bit, B-I-T. She brings it to Gabe sitting at the bench, and Gabe winds on a little dab. He'll heat that up and make it into a little spindle shape called the Avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. We're going to break that glass off the metal pipe. So we're making the goblet bowl right now in the center workbench. The folks that are working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're extremely talented glass blowers. They work for the museum. Gabe, who's leading our team, Gabe Feenan, he's been blowing glass for 27 years. Can we put up some of Gabe's artwork up on the big screen? All these guys who are working for our team, they're all very accomplished artists in their own right. Today they're working for the museum. Round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Now he's going to trim some of that glass off the top so we have a nice thin edge for our goblet bowl. So we're trimming it. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. You guys have any questions? Goblets? This is the bowl of the goblet. Do you guys have any questions? Gabe, sitting at the workbench, is opening up the top of that bubble. So you have a nice round opening where you can drink out of. Can we put up goblet anatomy again? So we're making the bowl of the goblet, the part you drink out of. Thank you. That's just a generalized thing. We're not making the same design. It's just to show you which part, when I say bowl, which part have I talked about when I say foot, which part am I talking about. As we finish this bowl, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in this oven over here called the garage. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking. It's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra and stick it on. Any questions?
To this point where they are now, do they cool? Do they go to tilt check?
They have all different stories. There's no formal process.
Okay.
Gabe, who's leading our team today, the guy with the black hat, he learned entirely at work. Got a job at a glass shop knowing absolutely nothing in his early 20s, and just been working ever since. Uh, Sarah took some glass blowing lessons when she was in high school, and then went on to an art college where she studied it. So everybody's got a different story.
I've had the opportunity to do a couple of little fun
What?
blowing. I've had a couple experience to do a couple things with glass blowing at Callahan's down on Whidbey Island, and
Cool.
I fell in love with it. It's like,
It's
yeah,
fun.
oh,
It's
I
hard.
love it. Yeah, I love seeing
You can appreciate how good these guys are
very much so.
because they treat it so casually.
Yeah.
You said you're making the goblet in multiple pieces and saw the illustration up there.
Yeah.
How do we assemble them then?
We're gonna just heat up the top and then stick them together. It's like sticking two pieces of hot wax together.
So just getting a little warm and just boom.
Yeah. It's like, imagine it's made out of wax. You get wax hot and you take two pieces of hot wax and you press them together, they stick to each other. So now I think Gabe is going to start a stem. We'll make the stem from the top down. We'll put a foot on it, the part that sits on the table. Then we'll pull one of the goblet bowls out and stick it on top. Gabe is going to stuff his bubble into what's called the optic mold. And the mold has, can we put up the optic mold drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little illustration. So we take the bubble, we drop it into the mold on the inside, and when we pull the glass out, has that ridge texture. So the mold is not to give it the shape, it's to give it that texture. Has anybody got any questions? You're even squeezing the glass and shaping it with those metal tongs. Those are called the jacks. Over on the left, Sarah in the gray shirt is blowing a second bubble. We're going to use this second bubble to make the foot. We're going to make what's called a blown foot. Blown just means it's made from a bubble. It's a little bit of a obscure process, but you'll understand it better as you see it happen. Sarah's going to come over with her bubble. She's going to hold it up in the air, and we'll let it drop onto the stem. This method of making a blown foot is a classical Venetian style. Sarah's going to hold the bubble up in the air, let it drop onto the stem, inflate it a little bit, and cut it off in a big teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. squeeze that teardrop in the middle, and we'll bust off the pointy part. So that leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that'll become the foot. Okay, we'll take the jacks, and he's going to spread that out. We'll hold a wooden paddle across the bottom to make sure it's nice and flat. And it'll sit nicely on the table. So if you came in a little later, we're making fancy Italian-style goblets. We're making them for our annual fundraiser. Each year we do a unique limited edition design. We make 50 of them, and then we'll never make that design again. So now we're getting ready to attach the bowl. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot onto another rod called the punty. The punty will hold the stem and the foot from the bottom while we attach the bowl on the top. Ben comes over with the punty. Gabe sticks it on. Anybody have any questions? So we've made the bowls earlier this morning. They're sitting in the silver oven over there. Sarah's got one on the end of her steel rod, and she's holding it close to the fire to warm it up. We're going to take a torch I'm going to heat up the very top of the stem. That torch will make the glass soft, but it'll also make the glass sticky. So we'll come over with the bowl, and we press the two together. The two parts stick. So now we have our goblet assembled. I'm going to check to make sure everything's nice and straight. We're hitting the glass with what's called a reducing flame. And that's going to bring out some of the metals in the glass. We'll give it a kind of slightly metallic sheen. We'll take it off the punty and take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Gabe Feenan, Ben Cobb, and Sarah Gilbert, and Kristen Elliott. Is that lunch? Lunch? So we're going to take our lunch now. We'll take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I would be happy to answer them. Yeah.
Yay, glass.
Yes, that's what it is. It's like a little just try it session. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're going to have our resident team of glassblowers, and we're going to be making some fancy goblets. Each year, we design a decanter and some fancy goblets to match, and we make a limited edition set for our annual fundraiser. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, so each year it's something completely different. So we're going to be working on the 2024 design for our annual limited edition fundraising goblet. Just to get you guys started, everything that we do here, give you a little introduction to how glass blowing works. As soon as our goblet thing. Okay, everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. So, can we put up the Supio drawing? So earlier in the day, we made a big long bubble out of this blue glass. We cut it up into little sections, and we're going to use each little section, we call it a start, to make one part of the goblet. So Gabe has picked up one of the sections, and he's going to make one of the goblet bowls. The bowl of the goblet is the part that you drink out of. It's the part that holds the wine or the champagne or whatever. So generally when we're making these fancy goblets, we'll make several bowls in a row. We'll place them in this oven over here to keep them warm. Then we'll build the stem of the goblet, then the foot, and then we'll put the bowl on top. So you see there, Gabe in the gray shirt is shaping the glass. One of the other glass blowers, Ben, is seated to the left of the bench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while Gabe shapes it. Has anybody got any questions so far? Yeah. Okay, why are we using an air compressor? Because we don't need it. you know, it's perfectly easy and fine to do with your mouth. Uh, nope, it's just pretty straightforward. You blow soft, blow hard, stop. That's it. Not always, but a lot of the time we do it that way because if you have to blow and you can't watch it because you're at the other end of the pipe, so if the other person blows, you can be right on it and you have a lot of control and it's easy. But yes, it's because we're handling something that's very hot, so it's got to be long, so we don't get hot. So Gabe Feenan, who's leading our team today. Now we're going to add a little decorative element to the bottom of the bowl, the goblet bowl. It's not a bowl, fruit bowl. Sarah's going to come over with a dab of molten glass. We call that a bit, B-I-T. Gabe will shape that up a little, and Sarah's going to come over with a second bit. And then we're going to shape that into a little spindle-shaped decoration called an avolio, A-V-O-L-I-O. Can we put up the goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. Underneath the bowl, there's a little spindle-shaped item. That's called the avolio. That's what Gabe is making. It's one of the hardest things to make nice. A lot of people can make it, but very few people can make it nice. This kind of Italian style goblet making requires a great deal of skill. Our team is extremely experienced, and they can do it pretty well. But it's a lot harder than it looks when they do it. Has anybody got any questions? Anything you've always wanted to know about glass, but were afraid to ask? This is your chance. Temperature of that oven? It's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1250 Celsius. Yeah. It's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. So now Gabe is going to thin out the glass at the top of our goblet bowl. He takes the tweezers, pulls it, stretches it out. He's going to take the shears. He's going to cut that thick glass away. Who's that? There. Ah. Yes. Okay. Okay. If you look at the glory hole, you look at the one that's off, not the ones that we're working out of, but the one straight ahead that's off. You can see that there's several sets of doors. As you open each set of doors, it exposes a bigger opening. And when you've got all the doors open, you know that's anything you can get in there. That's as big as you can make it. Yeah, straight ahead, and then on the other side, where Sarah is now.
And then over to the right of where you have your molten glass, that
Right.
one's a little different.
Yeah, that's the pipe warmer. Hot glass only sticks to hot steel. It doesn't stick to cold steel. So before we get the pipes into the molten glass, we have to heat the tip top. Otherwise, the glass won't stick.
So next to each vat of liquid, you have a place to have your hot pipes.
It's a separate unit. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, yeah, but they
Not
have to
attached
be
to
near
that.
each other, right?
No.
No? Okay. The pipes don't pull off that far.
No, it's just
And so when he was first blowing that, it would look like with the first rod or pipe, it was attached from the other side, and they reattached it on the other
Yep.
side. And is that just so they can like kind of open up the top and build
yeah,
in?
to get to the opposite side. So when you're first blowing it, you shape here, you shape here, you shape here, but you can't really shape the top of it. So you grab it from here, break it off, and you shape it up.
How many times will they change the twice probably?
Oh, for this more. I know sometimes when we're doing really complicated things. Yes. Do you guys have any questions? Yes. This is we have some of our visitors are trying glass blowing. They've never blown glass before at all. So they're working with some young students from the Hilltop Artist Program in Tacoma, and they're walking them through making a simple bowl. Those guys are professionals with over 20 years experience. So Gabe is opening the bowl up with a tool called the jacks. When the bowl is finished, we'll put it inside this oven. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking. It's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll heat it up a little extra. depends on what we're making. Some things take all day. Some things take 15 minutes.
I've been watching a glass show where the people were blown away, and then they come here for residency appointment.
Yeah, this last thing. This guy here. He was a guest judge on episode 6 by the Cobb, and they did some challenge, and whoever won the challenge would come here. No formal process. He learned Italian at work. He didn't go anywhere for it. Never been to school. Then he got an after-school job at a glass shop when he was a teenager, and then went on to study at an art school in New York State. Um, they all have different stories. There's no formal process. It's more like learning piano than it is like being a lawyer.
How many employees do you have here?
We have 5 in our core team, and then we probably have another 5 part-time. So now Gabe is making the stem of the goblet. It's going to have a little kind of ribbed ball up at the top. He's blown a little bubble, and we're going to stuff it inside a mold called the optic mold. It's a little mold with ridges in it, and it'll give the glass a ridge texture. So it's on the floor. He stuffs it in and blows. And now it has a ridge texture on the outside. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That's a little crushed colored glass called frit. It's called frit. It's crushed colored glass. Correct. You guys have any questions? Over on the far left, Sarah Gilbert, is blowing a second bubble. And we're going to use this second bubble to make the foot of the goblet. We're going to make what's called a blown foot. It's a classical Venetian style foot. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. Since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. Every once in a while, you'll see Gabe grab a pair of calipers. He's checking the proportions. So he wants the stem a certain length. He wants the bowl a certain length. Here comes Sarah with the bubble for the foot. The foot is the part which sits on the table. So this is a little bit complicated. Sarah's going to hold it up in the air. We'll let it droop onto the stem. We'll inflate it slightly. And then we're going to cut it off in a teardrop shape. We're going to heat up that teardrop, and we're going to cut that in half. We'll squeeze it in the middle. We'll bust off the pointy part. And that leaves us with a little sphere, a hollow sphere with a little hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that will become our foot. She's pressing against the inside with the jacks. He spreads that out so it's almost a flat disc. And then we'll hold the wooden paddle against the bottom to make sure it's nice and flat and will sit well on the table. Has anybody got any questions? Yes. Kind of, what's the rest of that? What kind of wood? It's usually some kind of fruit wood, cherry, apple, or pear. The fruit woods are dense, so they burn slowly, and they don't have much resin, so they don't smoke. Here in Washington State, we make a lot of the wooden tools out of cherry. We're getting ready to attach the bowl. Sarah's picking up a bowl from inside the garage. Gabe has the stem and the foot. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot to another rod called the puntee. Ben, over on the far left, is preparing the puntee. Ben Cobb. You attach the punty to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So the next part of this process is to attach the bowl to the stem. Gabe in the black hat will sit down at the workbench. Ben will come over with the torch and he'll heat the very tip of the stem. He'll make it hot and soft and sticky. Sarah will warm up the bowl. Sarah in the gray shirt by the garage. And she'll come over with the bowl and we'll press it against that hot glass and the two parts will be joined. Here we go. A little tap releases Sarah's rod. So now the glass is assembled. We'll heat it up a couple more times and just make sure everything's on there nice and straight. We'll hit the glass with a torch. And the colored glass that we used on the stem is what's called a reducing glass. It has a high metal content, and that reducing flame will bring some of the metal to the surface and give it a slight metallic sheen. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod, and we're going to place it in this oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Sarah Gilbert, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan. Anybody got any questions? Yeah. What?
Do you do Venetian style on a lathe?
Yeah. I mean, you can make this. You can make something like this on a lathe. Sure. You know, it's that's not traditional, but sure. We had a bunch of flame workers here the other day, and they were using lathes. Hmm. Nothing. Uh, the by the time the air reaches the opposite end of the pipe, it's not even really warm. We do. There's a number of processes that we do where we suck in on purpose. There's one called snorkeling, where we want to fill a tube with clear glass. We make the tube a hollow tube. We dip it in the furnace, and then we suck in and draw the glass up into the tube. Well, by the time you say you reach, it reaches the opposite end of the pipe. It's not even really warm, much less hot. So Sarah has grabbed another one of our starts, I think. Let's see. Oh, okay. So when we started this process this morning, we made a big long tube out of this blue glass, and then we cut it up into little sections, and we used each section to make one of the bowls of the goblets. I think we may be running out of the little sections, so we're going to make another long tube and cut it up. Can we put up the Supio drawing? So you look up on the screen, we have a little diagram. So if we're going to make a bunch of things that are all the same color or all the same pattern, instead of making the pattern over and over again, we make one big long pattern tube, we cut it up, and we use each little section to make one of the objects. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. What makes it much? Oh, matte? Oh, then you have to treat the surface. So you can either sandblast it, spray it with abrasive sand that roughs it up and makes it matte, or you can etch it chemically with hydrofluoric acid. We turn the glory holes, the round ones, off. We don't. The furnaces are on all the time. An hour. So we turn it on. You know, we start work at 10, so we fire it up at 9. At 10, it's ready to go. Forever. There you go. That's a good answer. Till quitting time. Yeah, glass is like wax. You get it hot, it gets soft. You get cool, it gets hard. You get it hot, it gets soft. Oh, I don't know if you did it a million years, it might, but not in yeah. The people fatigue quicker, but that's the reason you can make you can recycle bottles because they you make the bottle, you bust it up, melt it again in the furnace, make another bottle, yada yada. Recycle our clear waste, we can't recycle our color. The big furnace where we melt it is all clear. We put up the glass furnace diagram. So straight ahead, that's what it looks like inside. There's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Yep.
Their hands so close to the glass.
No, it's safe. I mean, if we can, if it gets too hot, we can. We have a gadget called the pipe cooler. You can spray the pipe with water and cool it down.
No one ever bumps
If
their
they,
skin
if
with the glass?
things get hot and they're making something big, they put on a glove.
Okay.
I mean, they only put on a glove if they're uncomfortable or they're comfortable.
I see.
The pipes don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe.
Okay. That's good. I a lot of hot glass near bodies. That's what I was wondering about.
We have a good safety record. We've only had one trip to the emergency room in the last 20 years, and that was somebody slipping and falling. It wasn't a glass.
So what is he putting? Two colors on? Or two?
Yeah, you put a color on over a clear bubble.
I see. And looking at the Chihuly sort of spirals, how does that happen? How do you make a spiral?
Oh, they get a metal pipe
Yeah.
and they heat it up so the glass sticks to it, and they wrap it around and slide it off.
Makes sense. And how do they make the ripples and the ones that look like?
We use a mold called the optic mold.
Okay.
Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So these are they're cast metal molds. And they have ridges on the inside. We have variety of styles, and you blow the bubble into that, and when it comes out, it has that ridge texture. So you can make some of them. When you blow that up, if you make deep ridges, it gives you that wobbly look in the Chihulies.
The molds are made of ceramic or?
No, they're usually bronze or aluminum. Cast bronze or aluminum. 2,300 degrees Celsius. 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. The danger in this shop is none of the things that you would think. Not getting cut, not getting burned, not breathing chemicals. The danger in this shop is the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe, carpal tunnel, tennis elbow.
Okay.
Also from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole. It's like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. There's a lot of stress on your wrist and elbow. That's what gets old glass pole. Not burns or cuts or chemical injuries.
Are you a glass blower?
Used to be.
I see. And who's the visiting artist?
There is none. This is our resident team.
I see. I see. Okay. Does everybody ask about came to the show?
What?
The show that's so popular.
Blown away.
Blown away. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Is that,
Lots of people come here because they've seen those shows.
A lot of those people work here.
Oh yeah,
Get
lots of
ready
them
to
have.
and
Lots
they
of them
always
have.
talk about it.
You see the guy sitting over there, the tall guy in the gray shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a guest judge on there with
Oh, really?
'06.
What was the challenge? Do you
Oh, I
remember?
don't. Oh, it's making kid stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
I watched that.
that's Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop, and he was on that show as the guest judge.
Did the show help stir up interest in glass?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. It's definitely been a big plus as far as the museum is concerned.
It was a good one. Had some amazing pieces. Last season 4, I think. Have you been there to Corning?
I have when I was a kid in college. The show is filmed in Toronto.
In Toronto?
They built a special studio in Toronto.
Oh, I didn't understand that.
Now, Corning is they've kind of associated themselves with the show, but it's not filmed there.
I thought it was. I thought they had a hot
No,
shop.
it's perfectly legal. They never tell you, but um, they built their own hot shop in Toronto where they film the show.
Huge.
Yes, it is.
It's like,
It's not a very good. It's not a very good shop. I hear from all the people that work there, they don't like it.
they say how hot it is.
What?
The hot shop
It's
is
yeah,
very
it's way
hot.
too hot.
Well, because
They,
there's so many people working at once.
yeah, it wasn't built right. The proper ventilation and whatnot.
It's cooler.
It's be nice in the fall and the spring. Um, the summer it can get really hot.
It's definitely much warmer here than out there.
It's very dependent on the weather. It probably goes up 20 degrees wherever Kenny goes out there. Huh? Yeah, he's been a guest on before. We have a lot of guest artists come from outside of the glass world.
Barbara Rose Thomas from Saturday. She's not a glass artist, is she?
No, he's a
Aaron.
printmaker.
Yeah.
If we have an artist from outside of the glass world, they come up with a design, and our team of glass blowers makes their design.
And she was here.
Maybe. I don't remember her being here, but possibly. I've been here all the time.
From the beginning?
What?
From
No, no, I wasn't here at the beginning.
So, I mean, are there apprentices?
What?
Are these all experts? Or are they
They're all on this
freshmen?
side of the shop, it's all pros. On that side of the shop, we have our visitors trying glass blowing. A little workshop where they get to try it. And they're being guided by kids from the local high school glass blowing program.
Oh, okay.
Hilltop.
Hilltop, yeah.
Kids can get involved.
Yeah. So we have a close relationship with that program. So we have the kids, we take some of the kids as interns, and uh, we hire them for this. And,
That's great. Great
yeah.
job opportunity.
Oh yeah. No, it's a.
Employment.
Some of the kids, from Hilltop have already it's been going for 27 years. Some of them have grown up and become professionals. It's hard. It's hard. It's it's kind of like I would compare it to music. Hard, yeah, not impossible, but hard. glass blowing workshop at Toledo Art Museum. They've got a lot of, ceramicists interested in working in glass. And so there was that first generation. They went out to various colleges and taught other people. And uh, that's what we call the studio movement. Glass blowing, the center of innovation in glass blowing sort of moved from the glass factories to into the museum.
So, is it a major art university now? They have glass blowing?
Yeah, there was semi-endangered species. Um, University of Washington has one. Rhode Island School of Design has one. Um, University of Illinois has one. But they're all kind of uh, a lot of them are closing. A lot of them are closing. Yeah, too expensive, and I don't know. They're not the fashion. Things go in trends. They're not trending right now in the academic world. Isn't that thing so good? What?
It's Pratt in New York. Seattle.
Pratt in Seattle. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Pratt. That's since 1979.
Wow.
I built the first furnaces there.
At Pratt. Is that where you did your work?
I did for a while. I was a teacher there for, I don't know, maybe 8 years or something. So now we're going to stick the last part of that tube onto Gabe's collar. And we're going to use that to make a goblet bowl. So we cut up that big long bubble. We put all the sections here in the garage. We'll pull them out one at a time and make a goblet bowl out of each one. Do you guys have any questions? Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Good. So if you look in the center bench, you see Sarah seated to the left of the workbench. Sarah's the person that's blowing. She'll blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe shapes it. So Sarah's blowing, and Gabe is shaping. So that bubble that Gabe's making, that's going to be the bowl of the goblet. Has anybody got any questions? How hot is the oven? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, these guys, he's been blowing glass for 30 years. He's been blowing glass for 30 years. And Gabe has been blowing glass for 27 years. Sarah, 23. They're well preserved. It's, it's clean living and pure thoughts that keeps them looking so young. Over on this bench on the far left, Ben is cutting that tube up into small sections, and we'll use each of the small sections to make one of the goblet bowls. So now in the center, Gabe is making a little spindle shape addition called an avolio. Fast, but pop it really have to walk. You won't do it by accident. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid, 12 and younger, can do a drawing. Once you pick one of the drawings you make, then we shoot you out of class. You make 2 copies, one for me and one for each of your friends. Free to enter. The table out in the lobby with drawing material and entry forms. And if they don't feel like doing it right now, you can grab a form, one for each kid, and they can do it at home and mail it in.
Awesome.
Sometimes kids want to do it here because they're here.
Yeah, yeah.
Can we put up some of the kids' designed stills? So if you look up on the big screen, these are all sculptures we made from the kids' drawings.
Oh, the face. See that? Whoa. Whoa, look at that one.
Our team is pretty good
Yep, good imagination there.
at translating the kids' drawings into.
That's cool.
In the center, Gabe is stretching out the glass at the top of that bubble. The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little thick, so we stretch it out with the tweezers, and then we trim some of that thick glass away. Whatever color you start with, that's the color you end up with. So if you coat the bubble with green, you get hot, it's going to look orange for a while. When it cools down, it's going to be green again. It's all clear. When we want to make a colored object, we, we, we get a bar of colored glass, we heat it up separately, and we coat the bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video. Could we play color overlay? I'll show you how we do that.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
in them.
Oh, okay.
So,
It's part of an ongoing project. It's not something that
just to help. They're all based on corn shapes.
So they really strike me as
It really turns out a lot of things. Some of them are gorgeous, some of them not so much.
yeah. Food products, but food or
Right, yeah, that's what they're shaped for.
little flower lime,
Right.
top.
Yeah.
I think they're good.
Surprising that you know.
I don't know.
Tacoma glass wall? Yeah. Tacoma glass blowing, which is just off the Pacific,
Right.
22nd.
Yeah.
And then there's Area 253, which is like 24th and Locator. It's another private park. Not yet. I think it looks good. Yeah, that's good. That's all employees. I like to go Saturday. It's too empty. I have nothing to do. Yeah, cool stuff to see. Yeah, you gotta get some enthusiasm. Yeah. Good. I'm excited to make everybody have a good time. That's my goal.
Yeah. I think you're starting to get a goblet now.
More goblet bowls. Feel better. With nobody around, they might make bowls the whole put one together, and then they'll make another three bowls. You don't have to order it out. You have you have museum wax. You know that looks like a cat. Take the finish off the. Sure. Yeah. Excuse me. So in the center, you have Gabe Feenan in black hat and Sarah Gilbert, and they're making the goblet bowls. We're making goblets today for our annual fundraiser called Red Hot Gala. Each year, we design a special limited edition goblet. We make 50 of them, and then we'll never make that design again. So Sarah sitting to the left, she's the person that's blowing. She's blowing through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass while Gabe, sitting at the workbench, shapes. When he points the glass down at an angle like that, the glass is soft and it'll stretch under its own weight, making that bubble long. So we have two things going on today in our shop. On the right side of the studio, we have our buy the furnace workshop, where some of our visitors are getting to try glass blowing. The young artists from the Hilltop Artist Program are walking them through making a simple object. So these are folks that have never touched glass before. Over in the center and the far left, we have our resident team of glass blowers, and we're making goblets for our annual fundraiser. Sarah's coming over with a dab of molten glass. We call it a bit, B-I-T. Does anybody have any questions? We're going to transfer the goblet bowl from the rod it was originally blown on, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod is going to hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. just a minor thing.
Sure.
Not a,
I guess in that original video too, like the mom describes it.
I mean, that video wasn't really meant for like daily use like that, but they just started using
Yeah, I
it.
don't.
Like,
Well, I don't know what it was
it
meant
was
for.
like it was made for the I think the reunion, wasn't it?
I don't
And then
know.
people just started using we started using it because it was so long. And we'd always like when we first started playing, we're like, oh, it's so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember the original intent behind the video.
I remember like,
people love it though.
yeah, they did. It's so dated though. You can just see like I got those
Man,
little like.
both of y'all.
I don't know how old were you in that video?
I mean, it depends which part of the video. Because some of it wasn't all recorded the same. I don't think so. I mean, it was done different. I mean, because if you see, like, there are things in there. And then when I interviewed, it's probably 2008.
Be similar to this video. It'll be, all the interviews in one year and then go to the last
Yeah.
couple.
It was like a hodgepodge from other parts. So, like, I mean, from the first 9 years. So, I was 30. Huh?
He still looks younger than he is.
Oh, I mean, 2008. I mean, if I was 22 when I got, or 23, yeah, I was like 30 or 31, something like that.
Y'all were younger when I got here than maybe. I just thought,
I mean, that's got to be right. I mean, if I'm 45 now, and it was 2009, 15 years ago. Is that 2008?
Some of them look young, but all of them don't. Yeah.
So in the center, Gabe in the black hat is making the stem of the goblet. Part of the stem is going to be hollow. And it's going to have a rib texture. So we're heating up that bubble in the glory hole. We're going to stuff it in a mold called the optic mold, which will give it a ridged texture. It's a little cast metal mold, which is to the left of Gabe's feet. He goes in, stuffs it in the mold, then blows. guys have any questions?
Not yet.
Okay. So we're making goblets, and that's going to be the stem of the goblet. You have to go to the front desk and sign up.
Yeah. So how? I just sign a waiver and then I can make some glass.
And give them money.
Oh, give me money. All right.
I think we're full up for today.
Oh, are you? You have to make reservations.
Yeah, you know, because it's. But that's what they're doing here. They're all people from the visitors who want to try glass making, and they're kids from the local high school glass program who are walking them through making a simple bowl. So now we're about to make the foot. Sarah, in the gray shirt and shorts, has made a second bubble for the foot. We'll hold it up in the air. Let it droop onto the stem. Inflate it slightly. So the next part of this process, we're going to transfer the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we attach the bowl, the drinking part of the glass. So we're getting ready to assemble the goblet, the bowl, that part you drink out of, is in that silver oven over there. Sarah's warming it up. We're going to take a torch and heat up the very top of the stem. We'll make that hot and soft, which will also make it sticky. Sarah will come over with the bowl. We'll press the two pieces of glass together, and they will be bonded forever. So we'll heat that up, make sure everything's on there nice and straight. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the goblet off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. We'll take the tweezers, put a drop of water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap should release it. We'll have to try that again. Once we get it off, we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feenan, and Nick Davis. You guys have any questions? You have any questions? Yeah, we've been making goblets for our annual fundraiser.
So, do you have another round coming up, or is?
Yeah, no. We're going to make another one. No rest for the wicked.
How hot are those ovens?
There's the glory hole, which are 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, blast furnaces, which are 2100.
Why no cooler?
The blast furnaces, that's where we keep our tanks of molten glass. It's basically on simmer, like a pot of soup on your stove.
Oh, really? So there's glass in there right now?
Oh, yeah. We put up the glass furnace diagram. So that's what it looks like inside. It's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. So we want to get the glass out. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it in the molten glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. About 2,000 years. Yeah, maybe a little more.
What do they use for natural gas?
Wood?
Always this sort of setup, the same kind of setup?
It's very, very similar. It really hasn't changed all that much in 2,000 years. The newest thing are the torches. You didn't have torches 2,000 years ago.
So this is natural gas right now.
Natural gas, yep.
Why is it so bright?
Because it's so hot in there, the whole interior is glowing from the heat. Yeah, I mean it's 2,300 degrees. The flame. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So there's two gas burners in the side of there, and it's so hot, you're just seeing the orange glow from the bricks. So Gabe is making another stem. Over on the far left, Sarah in the gray shirt and shorts. She's making another bubble for the foot for the goblet. We'll be making what's called a blown foot. It's a classical Venetian style foot. Here in the Northwest, we work pretty much in the style of Venice. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States, especially here in the Northwest, and began teaching the young Americans. Sarah's coming over with her bubble. We get that bubble really hot. We're going to hold it up in the air and let it droop onto the stem. We'll inflate it slightly and cut it off. Now we're going to cut that teardrop shape in half. And we're going to bust off the pointy part. That leaves us with a little hollow sphere with a little hole in the end. We're going to spread that out, and that'll become the foot. We'll hold the wooden paddle across the bottom to make sure it's flat and it'll sit nicely on the table. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we attach the bowl to the stem. So we made some goblet bowls earlier this afternoon. They're sitting in this oven over here called the garage. Sarah's going to pick one up and bring it to Gabe to attach it. We're going to take a torch and heat up the very top of the stem, making it soft and sticky. Then Sarah's going to come over with the bowl, and we'll attach it. Here comes Sarah. We're almost done. Gabe is just going to check, make sure everything is nice and straight. When she's happy with it, we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. In order to get that goblet off the metal rod, we'll take our tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a little tap should release it. It's being a little recalcitrant. Needs a little coaxing. into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. Has anybody got any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Well, okay. This is an annealer. It's an electric oven, and we use it for cooling the glass down slowly so it doesn't break. So it's got we keep it at constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. We do when we need them. If we become uncomfortable, they put on a glove. If they're comfortable, they don't. Only the clear glass. Only the clear glass. No, because our furnace where we melt the glass is all clear glass, and we can't throw red and blue and green in there. So Sarah's blowing as Gabe shapes it. guys have any questions?
I guess. Who are those guys? I see they're like fire team or something. Are these?
Oh, they're our Museum of Glass hot shop team of glassblowers. They work for the museum.
Oh, cool. Where did they just apply, or did they come from like a school class or something?
They have all different stories. Um, Ann and Gabe have been here for 21 years, and Sarah has probably been here 2016 years. So they're museum employees, 40 hours a week.
Oh, I thought so. Okay. I just didn't know how it worked.
Right.
What do you make all making here? Just whatever.
We're making goblets for our annual fundraising auction.
Okay.
Each year we design a limited edition goblet and matching decanter, and we make a limited number of them, and then we sell them at the auction, and we never make that design again.
Can you find that on the website, like the auction and all that?
Yeah. Can we put up some of the older designs up on the big screen? So each year it's something completely different. So we make 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters. So it says,
There's a guy that I have a client that has one of the art in their gallery.
uh huh,
Just like a couple H's stacked on top of it.
H's.
Or it looks like a ladder almost.
Okay,
And he has like something from that like series
okay, cool.
or whatever. It's very cool. Big art collector. He has a lot of different kinds.
Yeah, nice.
Very beautiful.
That's okay. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Doing standby.
So we'll wind on a little more glass. And Gabe's going to make a little spindle shaped decoration called the Avolio. Avolio. Gabe is the man with the black hat and gray shirt at the center of the workshop. We're going to transfer the bowl of the goblet from the rod it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Guys have any questions? Me, 27 years. Ben, 30. Sarah, 23 years. For a long time.
Are there classes for people who want to learn offered
Not
here?
here.
Not here.
There's 2 studios down the street that have classes. There's a bunch of places in Seattle that have classes.
How many hours a day do they have?
Well, they work sort of 8-hour day, but 6 of it is glass blowing. So, they have shop maintenance and stuff to do. They come in around 8:30, and we blow glass from 10 to 1, 2 to 5. I mean, he was always, like a break-even kind of thing. It wasn't a real money maker. There's a French artist named René Lalique, and he made a lot of money because he used very industrial processes to make stuff that looked very arty, and he could sell it for art prices, but he could produce it like you make like ashtrays. And he made a lot of money making perfume bottles. The whole idea of the fancy perfume bottle, it really dates back to the beginning of the 1900s. It doesn't go. Perfume in the 1800s was something that you would go to the chemist or the drugstore, and they would mix you up some scent, and you would buy it like a commodity. And in 1907, the perfumer Francois Coty decided that he would put his perfume in fancy bottles. So he hired Lee to make the bottles, and that's when all this really expensive perfume started selling in these fancy bottles. Yeah, put some icing on it, bubble around it, decorate it. But before then, it was more of a commodity rather than a special.
Did you make a living as a glass artist?
Yep. Probably first 40 years of my career. Nothing to brag about. You torch the top of the stem. That'll make the glass at the top very soft and sticky. Sarah comes over with the bowl. The goblets assemble. What happened? It fell. You're gonna have to dock your pay.
You guys have any questions?
You don't.
I don't know.
Yeah.